Me.
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles, like you. I have many wares. Farewell, friend of the Grumbles.
What up with it? Alright, gotta bang a few shaman keys today. We took our vault yesterday on Shaman, which was Gale of Shadows. So my Shaman now has, I think, actually 2 Bistrink. I need Shaman to be meta again. I think my Shaman actually has pretty sick gear. We have, I think, the 2 Bis Trinkets, 639. I thought it was trending towards maybe my Druid being the first character of mine to get 639 in all slots, but I think I'm back to thinking it's my Shaman now. Because my Shaman only needs, legs and ring. And everything else can be 639. I have 639 on everything on this side. 639 trinkets, boots, belt, gloves. I have weapons that I could level to 639 in my bags. I could buy the ring, BOE ring, if I want to go 639. So, legs and what was the other thing? Legs and is it just ring? Could I just buy the ring? If I take legs, we're done? Well, I need to get 2 rings, technically. That's what it is. One of my rings is crafted. So, could buy a ring, but I also need to get another ring as well. Is everybody else here? I think so. Alright, let's hop in the mist. Oh, I'm already in the mist build. Let's go. What up, FPS? What's going on, Guark? You're playing classic because you're bored. Yeah, I might be there with you soon. Can I show how much haste I have? More than I want, really, at this point. I have 10,000. Since I'm wearing the rare neck, I like juiced my haste way the fuck up. So probably and I'm wearing Gale. Oh, on Druid? It's 27% bad. If that's 27% including Lycara's, then yeah, that's probably too low. You should be aiming, I think, to at least touch the first 10% DR on Druid, which is 19, almost 20,000 rating. Anything below 20,000, you can comfortably continue stacking haste.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Affix.
And now you
20K without blasts and shit, yeah.
lesson of the void.
Dodge. 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 Dispel. Dodge.
Do you
Affix.
see it? A stone called forth the darkness.
Dispel. Dodge. Dispel. Dodge. Dispel. Beat. Beat.
Do you
Affix.
see
AoE.
it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Beat. Beat. Dispel. Dispel. Dispel.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Beat. Beat. AoE. Beat. Beat. AoE. Beat. Beat.
All right.
Dodge.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Dance. Dodge. Dance. Dodge.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Dance. Dodge. Dance.
I'm gonna chase on Shaman. Let's see. What are we playing? 10,000 ish.
More friends are here to play. Come along.
I didn't pay attention which way she went. Okay, left, and then can we tell from?
Knock.
I want to say straight.
Knock.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
You did it. Good guess.
Knock. Knock. Knock.
No fooling you.
Where'd the tank go? Mr. Tank.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
You're almost there. You did it. Good guess.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
You're almost there.
We have a little heal go off here.
Knock.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Knock.
You did it. Good guess. We're gonna have so much fun.
Dodge.
A special gift just for us.
F. Dodge.
Are you feeling tired? One of us is not like the others.
Dang, it's empty.
Will you be with me?
Go away, stupid wolf, dog, fox, whatever the fuck you are. Okay, this is empty again.
Add. Dodge. Add. Dodge.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Dodge. Fixate. Add. Dodge.
Okay, this is circle.
Dodge. Add. Dodge.
The winds urge us forward. Tyrna's side withers as the Gorn feast. Balance must be restored.
3, 2, 1.
Do you
Epic.
see? A
AoE.
stone to call forth the darkness.
Three, two, one. AoE. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Do you
Epic.
see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Feet.
Ads.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Epic.
1.
Link.
Stone to call forth the gods.
Hole. Feet. Feet.
Ads.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. Hole. Feet. Epic. Feet.
Ads. Fixate.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. Hole. Feet.
Ads. Fixate.
All right.
Destined for great things. Rejoice, for you have aided the end of all things.
Lakali slumbers, knowledge intact. Time will be his salve. Tyrna Scythe will remember you. Always.
Bro, there's no way I'm not getting invited to that. Come on, man. What the hell? Really? You invited a different fucking rest of a shaman? Neither of the people who are running these keys have timed a 10 mists yet, and I'm not really trying to jump in on a 10 mist that hasn't been timed by the person running the key. So, you know, I don't have a lot of standards when it comes to weeklies, but yeah. Well, we can run that. That's fine. That's a very interesting comp. Fire, Shadow, Dev, Brewmaster. Might sound crazy, but Dawnbreaker is pretty easy. Yeah, I just I feel like it's literally impossible to fuck mists up. All right, so I think next week this character, let's see, by the time I get done with weeklies, we're going to have we're going to need 23 more crests. So 120 crests. So if I finish leveling up my weapon slots, that's going to be another 30 crests. If I got a 623 ring, that would take another 75. So I'd have 15 left. I could level one more on my ring slot, and then I still need to level pants. So I think this character, barring could I get anything on this character that would like save me a bunch of crests? I don't think so is the problem. What are the pants actually? If I got the mythic pants, tier pants, who drops those? Is it? That's Helm. Is it you? Kaiveza 6. What's 629? So that would save me 30 crests. So we'd only have to spend 60 crests on legs. I think we could do it next week if I got the tier pants. And then I'd need to get a mythic ring from Raid.
True lesson of the void.
Okay, we're doing the big pull.
Dodge. Dodge. Dispel. Dodge. Dodge. Dispel. Dodge. Dodge. Dispel. Dodge. Dodge. Dispel. Havoc.
A valiant effort. for one more. Was a fucking nutsack. I ball so hard I thought I was a fucking nutsack.
Dispel. Dodge.
Oh, how was I standing in that? What the fuck?
Dispel. Dodge. Dispel. Dodge. Dispel.
This could be an interesting run for sure, for sure.
Do you
Epic.
see
Dispel.
a stone to call forth the darkness?
Okay, the good news is we skipped this pull, which is promising.
Dispel. Dispel. Feet. Feet. Feet.
Do you
Epic.
see it?
AoE.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
AoE. Feet. 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 Dodge.
All right, no blah blah on this one.
Dance. Epic. Dodge.
A stone to call forth.
Dodge.
Good push by the old Arcane Mage. Very nice. Now let's see Paul Allen's DPS.
Dodge.
Do you
Epic.
see it? stone to call forth the darkness.
Come on, Mr. Ball. Let me just. Come on. Come on, you little fucker. Just thank you. Oh, and look. Look who has decided to join us. A couple underground balls that I probably can't touch. Oh! Oh! The maximum extendo. My god.
You're almost there.
Stone and sigil show the way. One does not belong. One you must
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Nights like this. Nights like this.
A stone
Nights like
to call
this.
forth the darkness.
No, 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 Mr. Mage. Nights like this. Ooh, ooh.
Knock.
Who the fuck is a stalker? The last thing to die.
You're almost there.
Bro, where the fuck is the mage? Did you get lost, dude? Did we never hit the... Oh my god, did we not hit the thing? Oh, I bet they expected me to do it and I was running around collecting the balls. And so I bet nobody ever hit the acorn. Unlucky.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Come. Let me through the gate. Let's do this. What is it with this group and leaving the fucking stalker for the end?
You're almost there.
Dodge. Apex. Dodge.
Orbs. Where the fuck did those come from?
Dodge.
Uh-oh. Tongue lash. Yeah, my dude, I knew it. I knew somebody was gonna be trying to grab orbs and just walk right into that shit.
Dodge.
Style, swag, sauce, and I got too much style, swag, sauce, and I got too much style, swag, sauce.
Knock.
you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
There's no way
Knock.
that the mage... Or no. There's no way that the mage died, released at the start of the dungeon, because we didn't hit the acorn, ran back, and then didn't hit the acorn again. What the fuck is going on here?
Knock.
Why is the fucking evoker... I'm really confused. I got too much style.
You did it! Good guess.
Style.
We're gonna have
Sauce.
so much fun.
Dodge.
You can't dodge this.
Style. Swag. Sauce.
I want to play with you.
Add. Dodge.
One
Epics.
of us is much like the other.
A stone.
That would be Mr. Circle.
Dodge.
You can't dodge this.
Add.
Wow, you're really good at this.
Dodge.
Don't you want to keep playing special game just for us?
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum,
Dodge.
bum, 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 bum.
Add.
One of us is much like the other.
This would be the circle.
Dodge.
Don't you want to keep playing? You found me. Good job.
Dodge.
You can't dodge this.
Add.
Special game.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Dodge.
This stupid fucking fox is eating the orbs. Okay, good.
Add. Dodge.
Before you, my whole life was a cappella. This would be filled.
You
Dodge.
can't dodge this.
Add.
I want to play with you. That was fun. I haven't played like that in so long. Let's do it again.
This run is such a banger, man.
Day has passed. The winds purchase
Before you, my whole life was a cappella.
balance must be restored.
Oh, are we going? Oh, shit.
3,
No?
2,
Okay.
1.
Maybe? My whole life was a cappella.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the
AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
My whole life was a cappella. Before you, my whole life was a cappella.
2, 1. AoE.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Stone to call forth the dawn.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three,
God damn it. I fucking thunderstormed and it didn't stop the fucking cast. Motherfucker. It must have been on the far fucking side of the stupid fucking pack. Fuck this dog shit fucking pole, man.
Do you see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Because I remember. There's no way we just pulled a fucking Reaver out of the sky for no reason at all. Never ender. I remember.
three, 2. AoE.
Do you see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Okay. This is interesting pull.
Beat.
Five, four, three,
Epic.
2, 1.
A stone to call forth.
Five, four, three, two.
Link. Hole.
I remember.
Beat. Affix. Ads.
A stone.
Beat.
Five, four, three, two.
Link. Hole. Feet.
For you have made all things.
Knowledge
Remember.
time will be his sign.
All right. So we need two more. 11. 11. I feel my love, feel my love, feel my love. Give it all up. Oh, this guy's got 3183 score. I'll sign up for that shit, dude. Won't you feel my love, feel my love? Sorry you have to let it out. That's fine, bro. It's fucking...
We're open for business.
Get it off your chest.
Maldraxxus dares to show their face in our realm again. Show them that we rule the skies.
I'll make it feel my love, feel my love, feel my love. Won't you feel my love? Ooh, high up above. Won't you feel my love? Feel my love. 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 Won't you feel my love? Feel my love.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Affix.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Yet another of the Kyrian's loyal servants. Have you come here to be slaughtered as well?
3. AoE.
This temple was merely the first to fall. Soon, all of Bastion will burn.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Targeted.
Uh-oh.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Affix.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Targeted. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Targeted.
Do you
Affix.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2. AoE. 3, 2, 1.
Stitch
3,
flesh will be
2, 1.
to know you destroyed his prize creation.
AoE.
I am sure he would gladly take your limbs as repayment.
bum 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 bum. Uh-oh, he's gonna pull. He didn't pull. Holy shit. Come on, little mans. It just all comes together. It just all comes together. It just all comes together. It just all comes together.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Face me, Necromancer. Thanatos will be avenged.
Are you so eager to share your underling's fate? Your vaunted courage will be your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren
Jenny Mustard.
butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Meow.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Yeah, I love you like that. You'll come back. Love you like that, that.
nothing you can do to stop us.
Do you
Epic.
see? A stone to call forth the dawn.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum.
No matter. My minions are endless. The fallen shall serve me again.
Beam.
And decay. With sacrifice comes victory.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone.
My soldiers rise once more.
Beam.
Will reduce you to dust. With sacrifice comes victory. My soldiers rise once more.
Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Your arrival proved timely, yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
Notice I'm running totemic out of mana issues. I feel like that's one of the big ways that you can tell you're improving on Shaman is when you learn how to be efficient with your mana. That's the way I've described Shaman early on in the season. Is that I feel like getting good at Shaman is learning how to do your healing without shitting out mana. I feel like you can actually do a lot of healing on Shaman very quick. Okay, and then I say that and get fucking CC'd. Let's go, dude. I feel like you can do a lot of healing on Shaman right out of the gate as a Shaman a lot. Like, that pressing buttons and doing big healing isn't necessarily as difficult on Shaman as it is on some other specs. Because, girl, like, one fucking kick, man.
Targeted.
God damn it, dude. But I feel like if you just slam all your buttons on Shaman, you'll do pretty good healing. The skill expression on Shaman is learning how to do it without going fucking in like a minute.
Call forth the darkness.
And a lot of that is on Totemic, especially letting your totems, like putting your totems down, being the way that you do your AoE healing. Relying more on healing surge. That's another thing, is that in keys especially, a lot of your healing should be healing surge in a way that probably feels counterintuitive, because like, I'm a Totemic Shaman, I should, you know, it's all, this build's all about chain healing, and it's like, well, it does do a lot of chain heals, but it's not because you're pressing chain heal necessarily. Bro, what the fuck is going on here?
Targeted.
Oh yeah, I need to figure out. I had a command for a long time that would say what song was playing, and then at some point the command got broken, and I realized I never knew what the command was in the first place. So I don't know how to replace it. I don't know how the hell my stream was saying what song I was playing. Then I had a fill-in command that I deleted because I thought I was going to fix it, and I didn't end up fixing it. I have a Last FM profile. Where is it? There, I think. Nope, that command got deleted too, maybe? Excellent. Bro, these pulls are, launch the attack, launch the attack. Launch the attack, launch the attack.
Come, my assistant. These raw materials are in need of processing.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Incompetent oaks. Gorgride, try not to damage those limbs whilst you tear them off.
Think the highest Grim Battles are locked in? I don't know what the bottleneck is on that. Honestly, I felt like I was about ready to fucking die when I was doing 16 on the first boss.
Dodge.
That shit fucking slaps.
Dodge.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth.
Yeah, the funny part is I think I actually feel safer in that dungeon on my druid than I do on my priest.
Dodge.
How vexing! Rotsview, get to work and don't fail me like your predecessor.
3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
No! Now I have to rebuild those two from scratch.
Let me fly.
Matters, and I can't wait to put your corpse where I'll have you in stitches.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the dark.
Oh, good timing on the buffs. Oh god, dude.
Leave.
Okay, I guess I probably go again.
So much.
Add.
Oh, I'm awfully I haven't had so many spare parts in ages. I can't wait to put your cord. I'll
Leave.
have you in stitches. I must preserve your parts for later.
Leave.
Imbecile! I'm the one who made you!
Targeted.
Such potent regeneration! Oh, I must have it!
Beat.
My constructs can handle you on their own.
Add.
I'll have you in stitches! Imbecile! I'm the one who...
Epic.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
My greatness was yet to come.
Bastion shall
5,
be
4,
laid
3,
3,
two,
2,
1.
1. Root. Den.
None can escape the storm.
Oops.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Above you.
Den.
None can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Den.
None can escape the storm. Such a futile.
With the love of my life.
3.
Why the fuck did I get sent down?
Den.
Can escape the storm.
You're golden now. Oh, you're
three,
so
two,
downtown.
Had enough of you.
Den.
None can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Affix. Den.
None can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2.
1.
It's cool because acid rain doesn't work up here, so like a big chunk of my damage just I don't have. I'm already on like the one of the saddest healers to do DPS, and I have even less DPS than I would normally have. In your golden hour. Whoa. What the fuck is this warbound equipment?
I have many lucky doos you like. May your feet find
How many Valor Stones do I have? 1400. What does it take for me to level up this shield? That's ultimately not what I want to do, because I want to craft a shield, right? Probably, I think. But I still want to level up item eventually, probably, right? But it'd be cheap. No, it wouldn't, actually. I need to level it eventually to get 639 in all slots for the achievement. I mean, whatever. We'll just wait. Should be doing Ragefire Chasm and Classic. Hell yeah. I played Classic one time. I made it to level 7. And it's unfortunate, too, because I managed to get the name JB on that Classic realm. And it was Fairlina, too. So it was like a poppin' Classic realm. That was like one of the banger Classic realms. And I got a 2-letter fucking name. I got JB. Like, we were set. We were made. All I had to do was enjoy playing Classic. And it was like the high life from that point on. But I couldn't stick the landing there. I couldn't enjoy playing Classic. Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. And then I think I got one more dungeon. And then I don't know if we're doing keys today or not. I don't know if the groups... Okay, yeah, I think we're doing keys today. Okay. For at least a bit, I suppose. All right, be right back. What a vibe to come back to. Which portal are we going through? Bastion.
Maldraxxus dares to show their face in our realm again? Show them that we rule the skies.
Any of these guys the guys I can click on? No. 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 Fuck. I'll go stand over here.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Affix.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Yet another of the curious
I got aggro. We're popping the boy. We're popping the boy.
Slaughtered as well.
I don't know what we're lusting, by the way. Maybe boss.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Epic.
See? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Guy. Okay, we'll wait a little bit for CDs here,
2.
then slam a little Lusterino.
Dodge.
Okay, going now.
Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Epic.
See? A stone to call forth the darkness.
We'll find a way. We'll find a way. We'll find a way.
3, 2, 1. Targeted.
They all got gripped in a weird way. Eh.
Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Epics.
You destroyed his prize creation. Though I am sure he would gladly take your limbs as repayment.
Cleaves. Get the fuck away from me. Okay. Oh, fuck. I got fucking hammered.
stone to call forth the darkness.
It's gonna be a matter of time. You change your mind like you change clothes. Cause you belong to the universe, belong to the clouds and earth, belong in my two-seater, driving fast as hell. Ooh, there's nothing that's stopping us, it's just like we're young in love, won't care if we crash, having the time of your life. Having the time of your life.
You see it?
Life. Ba, 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 ba. The time of your gruesome cleave. Ah! Oh, 'cause you belong to the universe, belong to the clouds tonight, belong in my two-seater, driving fast as I. Oh, there's nothing that's stopping us, it's just like we're young in love, don't care if we crash, having the time of your life.
Do you see it?
Having the time of your
Forth the darkness.
time of your life. Dun, da, 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 da. Picked up a Sony EV or ZVE. What the hell is a Sony ZVE 10?
You will be brought to justice! You dare deny me?
You see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Paragon, there is nothing you can do to stop us.
Tried to share the link to it. Oops. He did. Looks so much better than your old webcam. Oh, okay, so it's a webcam, I guess. Oh, it's a camera. Okay. I haven't heard any of the Sony things except for the Alpha series. Or I guess they have the what is it, the 6500s or some shit like that. I don't think I've heard of that one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba,
A stone
ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
to call forth the dead.
Shall serve me again.
Beam.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
One final act of service. Use us.
Your arrival proved timely, yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
We have all the corpses we need, Stitch Flesh. Prepare to strike at the next temple.
Just a moment longer. It seems that the parts for my new creation have arrived at last.
Do you
Epic.
see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Targeted.
Uh-oh, where the fuck is that going? Oh. This right here, I swear will end too soon. This right here, I swear will end too soon.
Do you
Epic.
see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Come, my assistants. These raw materials are in need of processing.
Do you
Epic.
see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Okay, late refresh, late refresh.
Dodge.
Okay, that guy got a stack. Shame on him.
Dodge.
How vexing! Rotsview, get to work and don't fail me like
2, 1. Three, 2, 1. Targeted. Three, 2, 1.
Do you
Epic.
see it?
3,
A stone
2,
to call
1.
forth the darkness.
Targeted.
No! Now I have to rebuild those two from scratch. I can't wait to put your corpse to use.
Bleed.
I'll have you in stitches.
Bleed.
I must preserve your parts for later.
I don't know if somebody else has a spear they want to throw here.
Who made you?
I think it's me, maybe. Reload one of these numbers.
Those are shoulders could accommodate
The fuck?
so many arms.
Hmm.
This was yet.
Bastion shall
5,
be
4,
laid
3,
3,
waste.
2,
2,
1.
1.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth.
Sick of the shit that my brain pulls. Like we should be kissing.
None can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Had enough of you.
Den.
None can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Root. Den.
None can escape the storm. I have had enough of you.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
One.
Epic. See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Den.
None can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Den.
None can escape the storm.
All right, that was a nice little chill.
Rejoice. For you.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit? Agi daggers, sick. Well, I gained T-Mog from it at least. That's cool, I guess. The mixed berry group comp going? Yup. Yeah, had the main character syndrome comp going. Is this X-Pac pretty easy to get into? I don't know how I'd characterize it at this point. It will require, if you're coming from Dragonflight, it will require a lot of crest farming. I would say the key difference, gearing-wise, between Dragonflight and War Within is that in Dragonflight, Mythic eye level stuff and Heroic eye level stuff are much closer together. There's only a 6 eye level difference between Mythic to Heroic. Now, Blizzard has gone back and added a full 13 eye levels between Heroic and Mythic. And it used to be that you could level everything up to the Heroic cap. You could level all your gear up to the Heroic cap relatively easily. And therefore, it took many less crests to go from Heroic to Mythic. You could finish your Mythic gear a lot faster. Now we're 2 months into the raid, and I'd still say very few people have any character at the eye level, at like their eye level BIS. There's still a lot of people that are playing 2, 3, 4 eye levels below the cap. So it will take longer to finish your character. But if you're jumping into it right now, the cap has already gone up quite a bit. But it will take some time to acquire the mythic items to level. So it's a bit slower in terms of gearing. But I guess it kind of depends on what your definition of easy to get into is. All right, so we got our 4 dungeons on Shaman. I don't really feel like farming more than that on this character. Time? Do we have an idea of when? Work ready as soon as he gets home. When is that? Excuse me. Why am I a rat now? Okay, it's been 30 minutes. He didn't answer why he wasn't a rat. Delves. Yeah, I guess I keep forgetting delves are a thing. Which shows you how much delves matter as an end game thing. But yeah, if you don't mind doing delves, And I don't mean that to disparage delves. I think they're probably fine. Some people probably enjoy them. Delves are also a source of early gear. Like, you can catch up to like heroic level gear fairly quickly doing that shit. Do I think Blood DK will dethrone Prot Pally? No. Prot Pally's kicks are too pivotal to the meta. If Prot Pally gets ejected from the meta, you lose Disc Priest. And if you lose Disc Priest, everything starts coming apart at the seams. Now, that's not to say that that couldn't happen, but I think it'll take a fairly big whack to get that ball rolling. Like, you've already got teams that have now built their roster around Prot Pally, Disc Priest, Enhance, Frost DK, Aug Evoker. And in order to get people to... You can't side grade from that and get people to play that. It has to be a full-on... There has to be another comp that comes through that just, like, dumpsters that comp to get everybody to swap off of it. So, in order for Prot Pally to fall out of the meta, it has to be that another tank comes along that is, like, so much better than Prot Paladin that it makes sense to reconfigure your whole team. Because if you drop Prot Pally, you have to drop Disc Priest too. And if you drop Disc Priest, Enhanced Shaman maybe isn't quite as good, especially now after it's nerfed. Maybe Enhanced Shaman isn't insane anymore. And so there's a lot of knock-on effects from that. And I don't think Prot Pally got hit that hard. One second, I need to run to the bathroom. All right. We crafted engineering bracers on the priest last night. Finally started using some crests. So that gets us up to 633 eye level, I think. All right. I got invited last night to go try to do a 17 Arakara, which we wiped on the first boss. But that wasn't really my fault because we died during the AoE when a guy got... or we didn't die, but one of the guys died because he got meleeed by one of the ads during the AoE. And that's not really my fault. And then we did a 16 Grimba where we died, wiped on the third boss to somebody touching one of the ads and exploding. Also not my fault. So I was relatively happy with that. That means we healed the first and second boss with no deaths, and we were going to heal the third boss with no deaths. Not that healing third boss with no deaths is especially challenging, but first two is I was happy with that. We did have 2 or 3 deaths because I mistimed some CDs on one of the lava benders. I thought it was going to die, and it just hovered in between like 20 and 10% for several more globals than I was expecting. Should have just held my CD longer before sending it. Otherwise, it was apart from the one lava bender that fucked us up, it was a deathless run. Aside from the deaths, it was a deathless run. So that was Also, after doing the 17 Arakara, I need to go look and see what other priests are doing when you run into the dungeon. Like, when you start the pull on the way to the first boss, I need to figure out what other priests are doing to not get their fucking ass beat on the run in. Because every fucking time I just get charged over and 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 over, and like, I have to like dismount halfway because I'm at 10% health. And maybe that's just what you have to do. Maybe you just get your ass beat and then heal up on the way or something, but I'm terrified I'm going to get aggro if I do that and then die. Okay, Chevy said what time he's getting home. Let's check. Well, he's still on his phone. That's probably not good. Okay, he's typing. Chevy is typing. When you ask nicely. Okay, well, it could be anytime. By the way, am I missing something with the Tinker slot for the bracers now? Are there literally 2 Tinker things that go in there and they're both kind of dog shit? One's like a healing pot and one's something else. Health injector and delivery drill? Is there any other thing you can put in here? Like, what's the deal here? Oh, wait, I guess there's this shit. It's got invisibility. Oh, that could be good, right? I'm gonna try that out.
My thanks for your patronage.
What happens if it fails, I guess is the question. Where do we put that? We'll put that over here. Oh, wow, it's bright. Holy shit. Fucking hell, mate. And my invis pot stays off cooldown. So I could, like, back-to-back invis pot. God damn, we could be invisible for, like, fucking 30 seconds in a row. What's the CD on that? 10-minute cooldown. Actually, not bad. I could send that multiple times a key. Did I figure out if Cyril Concoctor is hidden OP yet? It's not hidden OP. It's like a very high key OP. Very out in the open OP. We'll put it this way. I made mention of what the trinket does to Perplexed. The team who was, I think by every objective measure, the fastest team in the MDI. I think their routes were the fastest routes. When they executed them, they were, I think, consistently the fastest team. Mentioned it to them. They played around with it for one night, and Zevi started using that trinket in most of the dungeon. Any dungeon where he wasn't using Mandate as a DPS trinket. So, like, I think he was playing Mandate in, like, Mists to help with pushing the bosses. I think he was playing Mandate in, like, maybe Siege to help with maybe first boss or something. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe the Tentacles or something. But there was like 2 or 3 dungeons where he played Mandate. He played Concoctory in every other dungeon. And when I brought it up to Divine, he said they'd test it out. And then 30 minutes later, he said, well, we tried this in one dungeon, and it was the fastest run we've ever done in that dungeon. Like, first try with that trinket was the fastest they'd ever done that dungeon in practice. So it's not a matter of, like, do I think the trinket is good? I know the trinket is good. It is very likely the strongest buff trinket that has ever existed in Mythic Plus, in terms of, like, putting buffs on teammates. I don't think there's ever been a trinket that's even been half as good as this one. And it's a combination of 2 factors. The first is the amount of stats the trinket gives and the rate at which it procs makes it a very over budget trinket for the most trinkets have a band of stats that they fall within. There'll be a static amount of stats that you get, either primary or some secondary stat, and then whatever the proc is, if it's a stat stick, whatever the proc is, the cumulative stats will usually end up falling within a certain range, and it'll depend a little bit whether there's, if the trinket is a proc, usually it's a bit higher weighted because it's RNG. If it's a static amount, It usually is a little bit lower. If it's an on use, it's probably a bit lower still because you get to pick when you want it. So that'll make it more valuable per point. But usually they all fall within a certain sort of variance of each other. The amount of stats that Serial Concoctory gives on average is so far and above the budget. I mean, first off, it gives a primary stat. It's a static amount of primary stat for you when you wear it, so it's like a pretty good trinket in that sense. And then it has a chance to give primary stat to other players, and a lot. Like at 639, it's like 7,000 primary stat. That is so fucking much primary stat. Like that, if you hear that, your jaw should instantly hit the floor. I have 65,000 primary stat right now at 633 eye level. By the time I get to BIS 638, 639ish, I'll begin creeping towards 67,000. If I was wearing int trinkets right now, I'm wearing double haste trinkets. If I was wearing int trinkets, that would be pretty close to 67,000 or 70,000 right now. Because the static int trinkets would be worth a little over 3,000 each, so it'd be an extra like 6,000. So we'd be just about at 70,000 int, probably a little above, which means that that primary stat proc is giving you 10% of your primary stat budget. It is increasing your primary stat by 10%, which is fucking crazy. That is a disgusting amount of stat, and it's a 20-second buff. All of the buffs from this trinket are 20 seconds, which will basically mean that if it procs, it's always going to cover your cooldowns. If you proc it at if you proc it near the beginning of someone's cooldowns, it's going to last the whole, like, basically everybody's cooldowns conclude within 20 seconds, meaningfully. So this isn't even like, oh, you get 7,000 primary stat for like 6 seconds. This is like a full cooldown window of primary stats. Now, it can throw out several different buffs. Some of them are utter garbage. If a healer wears it, there's 5 buffs that you can give out. One of them is the primary stat buff. One of them is a secondary stat buff. It'll give around 3,000 of the highest secondary stat that the person that gets buffed, whatever their highest secondary stat is, it'll give them 3,000 of that. The primary stat buff is insane. The secondary stat buff is pretty good. Even if all the trinket did, even if you took all the primary stat procs that the trinket did and converted those to secondary stat procs, the trinket would still be good. Like, it would still give a lot of stat. Like, that would still be a relatively high amount of stats that the trinket was giving out. But then there's 3 other buffs besides those 2 stat buffs. And the other 3 buffs are so close to meaningless that they might as well be meaningless. If you get one of those procs, you can essentially pretend like you didn't get any proc. But even if you only count the two stat procs, if you just completely disregard, if you treat the other procs as literally 0 value and only look at the stat procs, those are so good that the trinket is still over budget. And what's more, the trinket buffs other people, which is, that's kind of, I said there were 2 big elements of this trinket. The first is it gives an insane amount of stats. The second is it gives it to the most valuable people in the group. Now, obviously, if you're a healer and you feel like you need the stats to meet a HPS check, that's one thing, and you might consider playing a different trinket. But even in that sense, this trinket's not bad because you still get the static amount of int from it, which is always the more important part of your trinket. If you look at something like Gale or Sackbrood or Changeling or Empowering Crystal, the most valuable part of this trinket is the int that you're getting from it. In the case of like Crystal and Changeling, it's the static int. In the case of like Gale and Sackbrood, it's the int proc. They've kind of inverted the value of the trinket. The flat amount of secondary is the relatively less good part of it, and it's the int proc that you're getting. But that's essentially the same amount of int as what you would get from the static effect of Changeling or Empowering Crystal, which is the same amount of Int that you get from Concoctory. So what is supposed to be the most valuable part of any of those trinkets is that like 3,000-ish Int that you're getting from the trinket itself. The proc part of that is always supposed to be the less valuable part. So you're still getting 3,000 some Int from the trinket as a healer. That's still valuable. The loss from running that over something else is not insane. You're not like, it's not like you're wearing an Agi trinket that gives you literally nothing. But the fact that it puts the proc on a DPS or potentially a tank, but there's, you know, a 3 in 4 chance that it goes on one of the DPS, means that you're giving, not only are you giving this insanely over budget trinket, like not only is this trinket insanely over budget, you're also giving it to DPS, which the number of trinkets you can wear as a healer that meaningfully affect the speed of the key is usually very low. In the past, the only way to really do that as a healer was to wear a DPS trinket, and sometimes those trinkets would speed up a key. If you were wearing something like Belorilos, you could help kill like totems, or you could use it on bosses. Some things that would add enough damage to your DPS that it would speed up the key a bit. But most of the time, whatever you were contributing from a damage perspective as a healer was not going to make that big of a difference to the speed of the key. Your ability to put 7,000 primary stat on a DPS, if you put that on them in their cooldowns, that will make a pull go significantly faster. There is a potential for that proc, a 7,000 primary stat proc on a DPS class, to potentially shave multiple seconds off of any pull if it procs on their CDs. And the ability for one trinket choice to shave several seconds off of any particular pull adds up to an insane amount of cumulative value throughout the course of a key. And when you consider how much that trinket can aid in terms of the speed of a key, it is a singular trinket. There is nothing like it in this dungeon pool, like at this tier, the trinkets from this tier, and maybe ever. I don't know if there's ever been a healer trinket that could make a dungeon go as much faster as Concoctory could right now. I made mention during the watch party this weekend, MDI, that I think had guilds been aware of what Cyril Concoctory actually did, I think you would have seen at least every healer in the Race to World First wearing it, and potentially, depending on how the procs work, if you equip it on DPS, I think you could have potentially seen all the Int using DPS wearers play it as well. It is so insanely over budget that I think it makes sense for anybody that is an Int user to equip the trinket. But especially healers. So, all of that, to your original question, is it worth it on a Holy Pally? The question is, what do you want your trinkets to do? If you're looking for a trinket that improves your performance, it's definitely not Cyril Concoctory. The proc does nothing for you, unless you're by yourself. Like, if you're soloing content, it can proc on you, but otherwise, if there's any friendly targets near you, it will always put a buff on a friendly target. So, basically, any other trinket in the game is better than Cyril Concoctory for you. But if you're looking for the trinket that adds the most to the performance of your group, Cyril Concoctory gaps anything else, in my opinion. What trinkets are best for Resto Druid? You would probably play Gale and Spy Masters. Gale is just a very over budget trinket. Even the healer specs that don't really like haste that much Gale usually ends up being one of their best trinkets. You have to really not want haste for Gale not to be good for you. And then Spy Masters for Druid, especially if you're playing Convoke, where a bunch of your healing occurs in that window, like Convoke into Flourish. It's Spy Masters is strong for that kind of thing, where you get throw out all your hots, flourish them, and then sit there and bomb regrowths, and your Spy Masters is buffing that whole sequence. But if you can't get your hands on a Spy Masters quickly, which is a Druid, you may not be able to. Or Gale, for that matter, because it's in Grim Batol, and that loot table is fucking obnoxious. In the meantime, Changeling's good. Syringe is okay. I wouldn't be trying to hold on to it for any longer than I had to, but Changeling's good. Sackbrood's pretty good. Empowering Crystal's decent. From what's it called? Halifall place. Dawnbreaker. All right. Chevy still hasn't answered when he's going to be home. Are there any cool, like, 16s just hanging out? 15R Kara, but we've already done that. Live Keep Hugging got hit kind of hard with hardcore. Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for the group to log in. I just don't know when that's gonna be is the problem. So now we're just trying to give it a week. Yeah, I don't know. The thing about hardcore is, you know, I think the it's obviously easy to assume that if you die one time, you'll just be like, fuck this and give up. But I think there's also the potential for the opposite to be the case, which is very often in an MMO, or any video game really, but especially an MMO, I think, there's the FOMO element of it where you want to be there for the launch, and if you're not there for the launch, you feel like you missed out. But the thing about hardcore is that anybody can die at any time and reset their progress. So progression on the server is in a constant state of flux. And you don't necessarily feel like you fell behind because you know that everybody's fucking dying. And if they die, they have to start over. And if they start over, then you can catch back up to them. And so it becomes a thing of like, if you want to jump in a week later or something, there's definitely some people that have died recently that are going to be at the same point you are. So you know there's going to be people around to play with, and that even if you started a week or two late, you could probably still find a spot because somebody probably died recently. Looking for any 17. Says plus exclamation point 6. I could try a 15 stone vault. The problem is they already have a priest in the group. So not only would this be a disturbing lack of kicks, they're probably... I actually don't know what heal. I mean, I think you still want to bring a shaman for DPS. Maybe you bring double shaman to that. But they're also quite low on curse dispels, so... Even if they would invite me to that group, I don't think I'd want to go. Your wife got you the Sure Buds? Yeah, hell yeah. The planar magnetics are the one thing about the planar magnetics is that they are often cited as being technically very impressive earbuds. Their ability to reproduce sound is very good, but a lot of them out of the box do not have great tuning. You know, any pair of IEMs is going to have a frequency response curve that the manufacturer gives it, and a lot of the planar magnetic ones are not necessarily great out of the box. So one thing I would caution is that when you use them, if you're not immediately impressed with how they sound, or maybe impressed isn't the right word, but if it's not to your liking immediately, I would research a bit how to equalize your whatever device you're listening to it on. On the computer, I think it's fairly straightforward. On if you're listening to it on a phone or something, there's other software you can download. But try to figure out if there's a way that you can put a different equalizer curve on those earbuds, and it can dramatically change the way they sound in a way that might cause you to enjoy them even more. If there's not enough bass, or if the trebles are a bit too peaky, or the mids aren't forward enough, or whatever fucking buzzwords you want to use. All right. I need a stone vault badly, but again, doing it with a survival hunter, that's kind of a squishy motherfucker, eh? I'd be worried that I would not be able to keep them alive. Also, that group would only if they play priest, they only have one curse to spell. And survival hunter can't outrange. Like, everybody in here is going to be in melee or close enough to get the curse applied to them. Yeah, it just feels so fucking spooky. Damn, suddenly there's a lot of suddenly a lot of 15s and 16s. What the hell? 16 Grimba. Do we want to try a 16 Grimba with a pug? Seems unlikely to be done, but I also have no idea when my group's going to start, so I don't think they'll invite me either, is part of the problem. Oh, and the group has been delisted. Let's go. 15 Stone Vault. And they're going to have a mage, which means if they invite a shaman, they'll have 2 curse spells, plus the mage can outrange the curses. This is a very interesting comp down here, too. Yeah, fuck it, man. We'll sign up for it. Oh, they invited a different disc priest. Well, I hope you deplete your fucking key. Uh, a 15 mists with a 2984 score. That just sounds kind of like fun, you know? Would Serial Concoctory only be good at Mythic Plus or Raid as well? Well, I mean, the things that make it good are good regardless of the content. In fact, if anything, it might be even better in Raid than in Keys. Because, well, no. Well, I don't, one of the nice things about Keys is that the buff can't go on a healer. Because there's no other healer besides you, and the buff can't go on yourself when you're in a group. In a Raid, you could theoretically buff one of the other healers, which would be not great. However, there's also a shitload more DPS opportunities, like a bunch of other DPSers in the raid that could get buffed. Does the ratio change? So let's see. In a group, I mean, in a group, there's a 0% chance it can go on a healer. In a raid, there's a, what, if you're playing with 19 other people, it'd be probably a 3 in 19 chance it could go on them. But there's also a 1 in 4 chance that it goes on a tank and a key. And then raid, it would be a 2 in 19 chance it would go on a tank. So you have what is likely you got 3 healers, 2 tanks. So that means you've got 14 DPS out of 19. What is the math on that? 14 out of 19, 73. So I think it is technically better in dungeons because it's a 75% chance to go on a DPS and a 0% chance to go on a healer. Whereas in raid, it's a like 73% chance to go on a DPS and a 3 in 19 chance to go on a healer. And you don't want that. But it's very similar. These are small quibbles. Seems like the right choice, but it's tricky because of how under the radar the trinket's been. Well, like I said, the in my opinion, fastest team in the MDI, and when I say my opinion, I don't mean like I just feel like they're the fastest team. I mean based on the data, they appeared to be the fastest team. They appeared to have consistently the fastest routes. Upon spending essentially one evening looking at this trinket, their healer began playing it for the rest of the tournament. And I think you have to appreciate how intense the groupthink is in MDI. If there's a thing that is different from what everyone else is doing, you better be, in terms of gearing, you better be pretty confident that the alternative thing that you're going to do is better. Because the last thing you want to do is get fucking made fun of. Everyone can see your gearing choices in the MDI. Like, they have a tool now on the broadcast to be able to inspect anybody in the game. So if you make a gearing or talent choice that's different than what everybody else is doing, and then you lose, it's going to be very easy for people to sort of latch onto that and go, well, of course they lost. This fucking idiot played fucking Serial Concoctory. What did you expect? Everyone knows that Gale and Spy Masters are way better. Like, what is this guy? This guy fucking around playing Serial Concoctory. What an idiot. So, if you're going to do something that is a massive deviation from the norm, you better be real confident that you made the right decision on that one. You better be very sure of your data. And like I said, after one night of testing it, Perplex switched to it for the rest of the tournament. I mean, the way I would think about it in your position is you can get Mythic Shoulders basically anytime. You know, well, which boss drops it? It's like Brood Twister, I think, right? No, it's chest. It's is it Rationing? Yeah, I mean Rationing's you can pug. Shoulders drop off a boss that you could pug every week. Like, it's easy to do Rationing. Shoulders should be a gimme this season. Or, you know, catalyze, whatever. But Serial Concoctory, you might not see that. I have gotten, I'm going to guess, let's see, 3 Mythic Vault slots per character for, what have there been, like 7 or 8 resets now? I'm going to guess that I've had, on average each week, probably 8 to 10 vault slots, Mythic plus vault slots to open each week. So across 7 or 8 weeks of 8 to 10, like, you're looking at probably 60 to 70 vault slots. I haven't seen Serial Concoctory on any character. Hmm, 16 Necrotic Wake. Is Chevy online? I'm signing up for this shit, I think. Or, I don't know, maybe Necrotic Wake's not the... Dude, I've been kind of, like, put off from Necrotic Wake after fucking around with Priest Mind Control shit. It's just so... I don't know. I just get anxious now, because... Fleshcrafter shit can go, like, so poorly. And I have no idea. There's, like, so many different expectations of what groups have for, like, who's going to handle that, and... I think a lot of people think it's just going to be, like, real easy. It's like, oh, you just mind control it, and then the rest just takes care of itself. Bum, 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 bum. Do you replace Heroic Sackbrood or Heroic Changeling? Leaning Sackbroods, since it's meant for Pally? Yeah, I mean, I've gone back and forth on Changeling and Sackbrood. In terms of raw numbers, Changeling is better. But I just don't like proc trinkets. And for healers. And one of the things about Changeling is that, like, if it lands on your CDs, great. But if it doesn't, it didn't really do anything for you. So in some ways I might be willing to trade off a little bit of upside on my trinket for the consistency. Now, Sackbroods also has some RNG to it. You know, it can have different amounts of procs. So it's also a proc trinket, but it's not quite as volatile as Changeling. They're close enough in terms of performance that I think choosing one over the other based on how you feel about proc trinkets is a fair decision. It's not like this is one of those things where, like, Changeling is way fucking better, but it's a proc trinket, so it's like the two are pretty close. Dude, god damn it. I'm like getting baited by Chevy. Where the fuck is he? Okay, it says he's offline now. Do I just send one of these fucking keys in the meantime? Need to get your hands on a Gale? Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the proc trinkets, or the stat stick trinkets, I mean, there's like Gale. If you're a haste enjoyer, there's like Gale and there's everything else. Maybe the Ovanax egg if you want to worry about min-maxing it. In the best case scenario, Ovanax egg can be as good or better potentially than Gale, but you need to be super sweaty about maintaining the perfect stat count on it, which is just like not fucking worth it, man. You did 30 Grimbas? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a dog shit loot table. Sitting on my throne of gold with avoidance scale? Yeah, it is true. On my druid. Yeah. Avoidance scale on my druid. Acid Rain nerf for Resto Shaman a couple resets ago was unwarranted. I don't think it was, but I don't think it would be out of line to buff their active. So you should not be doing that much damage by pressing totem once every fucking 20 seconds or whatever. Like that was it was stupid to basically be able to finish a dungeon at like 300 something K overall by pressing surging totem. That was dumb as fuck. And also doing, you could like just drop surging totem on bosses in raid and do like 100k DPS. I had back before the nerf, I remember doing a Kaiveza that I got brought in for our first kill of Kaiveza in Mythic on my druid, and AJ was playing Shaman on that fight. All he did was drop totem. He didn't cast really any active DPS spells. I sat there because it was still a point where the DPS check was tight. I sat there for the first 45 seconds of the fight with Heart of the Wild popped with Bloodlust. That was like all I did phase 1 was sit there, Heart of the Wild, Bloodlust, Wrath the Boss. Wrath the Boss 45 seconds in a row, Heart of the Wild, Bloodlust. AJ beat me on the boss on DPS by just dropping Surging Totem on it. That's fucking stupid. But In the context of Mythic Plus, yeah, Shaman could stand to do more damage. But it needs to be more active damage. It's not Acid Rain that needs to be doing. Like, that's the thing. The Acid Rain nerf was totally fine, but Shaman could stand to have their active DPS spells buffed. That you should not be getting that much damage from a talent that sits right here in your fucking spec tree. I already have a 16 miss done, right? Yeah. God damn it, Chevy, where are you? And he won't say, this is annoying. The team keeps asking the tank when he's going to be home, and he just won't answer. He just keeps dancing around it. He's being like cute, but he won't give a fucking time. He just keeps saying like, soon, when you stop asking, when you be nice to me. There's that double Curse to Spell comp without a Shaman in it. Actually, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think Stone Vault warrants bringing in a weird fucking comp. I would maybe build a comp for Stone Vault the same way. I would bring a Shaman healer to this, and it would be, yeah, like, we're going to play 2 ranged DPSs that can decurse, ranged healer that can decurse. Just give me all the fucking decurses, and I don't want anybody standing in melee. Fuck that. Haven't done any activities to receive a vault in over a month. By that, do you mean you just haven't logged in? Or you've been playing retail, but doing things that have not earned you vaults? Because I actually don't know what the hell you do on retail if you're not earning vault slots. I guess there's been the anniversary event. AFKing in town, and you still log in. I say as I fucking AFK in town, I guess. One thing I've discovered recently by keeping an eye on my FPS is, for whatever reason, having the LFG window open fucks your FPS up. Like you can see here, I'm sitting at like, what is it, 117, 130, 135, 112. If I close this fucker, now we're like 142, 132, 137, 136, 141. Now I don't drop below 130. But with this fucking thing open, I just get random dips down to... Oh, now it's not going to do it. Or maybe it is just coincidence. I don't know. Ooh, a 15 siege. I do still need that. Two different 15 sieges. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And this one actually has, this guy has 100 more score. Sign up for this shit. Fuck, the neighbors turn the music up. Damn, all the keys just disappeared all at once. You're disappointed in me for supporting a communist like Kamala Harris. Define communism. Communism was when people do things I don't like. Holy shit, they actually invited me. Oh, and I just realized that by changing one of my sound settings, it has disabled sound in game. I need to restart. Oh, don't be like that. Oh, why you gotta be like that? Goddamn. Tell me what you think at night. Lost your love, but you still got mine. I find it wherever it's hiding. You want to put price controls on groceries? She is a communist. That's the delineation for communism. You want to put price controls on something? You're a communist. That's a communist policy. You think so? You think that's what? I think you'll be. I think you'll be disappointed to find how many people you voted for. Maybe that might unexpectedly become communists.
Hello. Have a good one.
Hmm.
See you around.
This group is taking a minute, eh? How's the eye levels looking in here? 634. Do I enjoy disc? It's okay. I will say I don't enjoy the CDR aspect of it. I don't think. Like, it's definitely fun to get your cooldown back a lot. It's not fun when shit starts happening that prevents you from getting your cooldown back when you're counting on getting your cooldown back. And you're like, oh, like an example of that would be like first boss Grimbatol. If you just get sent from one side of the room back and forth over and over and over again when you're trying to spam smites to farm back your Void Wraith, that shit's pretty tilting. That shit's pretty tilting. So I don't think any healer's primary cooldown should have a CDR element to it. And I think every healer should just have Void Wraith as a 1 minute CD or whatever. All right, how's the eye level? Ooh, 637. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a little juicer here. No, 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 buddy, 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 buddy. This is, you can't do it this way. What is this? It's got to be embellishment on the offhand and the 639 man hand. All right, where the fuck are we going? Is this Siege of Borealis, right? Yeah, I think so. All right. And a 635 Frost Decay. Regard sound. Oh yeah. Do I need to delete any other dibs? Are there any elemental shaman things I should be ignoring that I haven't ignored on here? Shaman. Shaman, shaman. We do not send on fire, Ellie. It's literally only ascendants, right? Get rid of this shit. Storm Ellie, get rid of this shit. The VODs without music are spoopy. Yeah, that's a we're not gonna get copyright struck angle. You got a mythic track concoctor and you took it without looking at anything else? Fuck yeah. Gotta spread the gospel. It's weird watching not having the music. Yeah, I mean, ideally there would be some solution where I could like independently create a list of the music that we played on stream that day and like sync it up somehow, but not worth it. All right, pop one of these, pop one of these. All right, we shall see if my invis trinket or invis wrists will let me stealth past the back up here, or whether I have to pop an invis pot.
Five, four, three, two, one.
And now you.
Heroes, we'll secure the docks while you push further into the district. With any luck, we'll drive this scum from the city before high tide.
Empowered.
Stop cast.
Okay.
Stop cast.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Three, two, stop cast. One. Three, two, one. Stop cast. Three, two, one.
Okay, now do they skip or? Nope. Okay. Oh my god.
Empowered. Empowered.
Oh, we are pulling these, okay.
2, 1.
Fucking shit, man.
Three, two, one. Three, two, one.
No way we get another hook, right?
2, 1.
Bro, like, god damn, guys.
That's what I call a prime cut.
Empowered. Empowered.
3, 2, 1. Three, two, one.
Want this forever.
3, three, two, one. Three, two, one. Three, two.
All right, so we're already a minute and 40 behind what my best kill on this boss is on a 15. Now we should have a bit more count than we had in that run, but
Empowered. Empowered.
Four. AOE. Fixes. Four. AOE.
come on, that hits for sure, right?
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
Incoming! So many juicy morsels. Ugh.
He just walked it right beside the bomb. He walked it right past the bomb. That was let's rewatch that one real quick. I mean, I guess he was kind of fucked. Because the swirly was right there. But at that point, I think you just have to go stand in it. There's an invisible wall. No, but I mean, you could see somebody else standing where they need to be standing. Now, there's a chance that you get hit by the boss there. Again, these are all things that, like, it's scary and you might die, but you have to stand there. The bomb... No. If he would have stood... If the fixate target would have stood where the square is, where the tank is standing, right now, the boss walks into this bomb. Like, the tank is demonstrating you can stand where you need to stand in order to get this to... Like, there's somebody standing right here right now. Like, there's plenty of space back here to kite the boss into this bomb. The tank is standing here. The AUG was standing even further back. They were, like, back here. You could definitely put this boss on the bomb. The problem is the shaman's standing here, which makes the boss walk like this instead of like this. And I know why he did it. I can see why he did it. Swirly's here. The boss is maybe close enough to you at this point. You get meleeed. When you can, I've had that happen back in BFA. I stood here to kite the boss into the bomb, and he hit me before he hit the bomb. But either way, when the bomb's that close to going off, you got to make absolutely sure you're pulling the boss. And he pulled the boss around the bomb. Bum 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 bum. All right, well, Chevy says he's on his way home now. I have no idea how long that means. $17 mists. I'm gonna sign up for it. See if they take me. I don't think he will, but Been a while since I've seen a Guardian Druid in a queue. First, let me get that introduction. Oh, that's the same dude I've seen. This brewmaster's been holding this 16 City of Threads trying to make a group for it for like 3 days now. And I kind of get the sense he just likes being in the queue. I think he just likes being, look, I have a 16 City. $17 Kara. What time do I actually think Chevy's getting home? He posted that 11 minutes ago. He'll probably be home fast enough that I can't get a dungeon in. I guess we'll just hang out. Guess we'll just hang out. Oh shit, it's been a while since I listened to American Ass. This is American Ass. Ass made in USA. Okay. On TikTok? No, I'm talking about the guy. Ass made in USA. No, I'm talking about the guy. Damn, this is like way more 16 and 17s I've seen in queue than in recent days. People getting ambitious, and I like it. What you are, you're a superstar. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Chevy appears to be home. And now you're going to die. Okay, so since I last did keys with the group, well, I've gone up about 2 eye levels. Primarily from gloves and bracers. Not the sexiest items to increase, but whatever. I do think this character is no longer going to be in guild runs next week. I think we are switching from doing a full clear and 2 4 of 8 clears to attempting to do 2 full clears, which will probably be my druid and my shaman, so not my priest. Which means I'm now free to pug. Which means I can probably jump into a pug with people that actually have real gear, and I'm not just going to be watching all the shit get given to people in the 618 eye level, which would be cool. Just got Spy Masters? Let's fucking go. All the whispers wanting to buy was tempting? Yeah, I imagine. I imagine you'll get quite a few. Mythic Changeling in the vault? Let's go. Let's go. Uh... Oh, they have raid in an hour. Okay. Well, I could try to sign up for a 17 Necrotic Wake with my 3200 score. feel it too. But sitting in queue for 40 minutes, how's this fun? It's not. Is the thing. It's not. But, you put up with it, I guess. Let's see. What's the solution to queuing? Solo queue. And I understand Blizzard's reluctance to do it because I'm sure it'd be it would be a nightmare to put that together. It's gonna be all kinds of shitty. You know, it'd be unlike most types of solo queue, where in other games that have solo queue, you queue into a lobby and then you pick. You know, like you form up with a team and then you guys decide what you're gonna play. For most games of solo queue, in a game like WoW, you don't queue into it and then pick your classes. You all have your classes selected when you queue, and then the game has to decide how to put those together. And what everyone's going to want is to play, or anyone who's playing a meta spec, and even the people that aren't playing meta specs are going to they're going to want to be put in a meta comp, or at least not one that's like far from meta. But that kind of defeats the whole purpose of solo queue. The idea of solo queue is just to get thrown into a group, you know, with whatever. And the problem is that it's not immediately obvious whether a group is missing some stuff. You know, the question then for Blizzard is, if you had a solo queue where you are automatically determining what specs go into a team together, how sort of like how detailed are you going to be about trying to get certain things? You know, like, is it going to be acceptable to throw 3 casters together, 3 DPS casters? Is it going to be acceptable to put together a group with no bloodlust? Is it going to be acceptable to put in a group with no battle res? Things like that. Do you consider that to be necessary in a group or is it nice to have? And to the extent that Blizzard starts being pickier and pickier about how you combine stuff, and it's going to take longer and longer to make a queue. You may end up sitting around waiting for 20 minutes to get put into a group anyway, because the game's like, well, nobody's signed up that has this thing that they need. Or you may get put into a team where you're just like, man, what the fuck is this? You know, if you're playing a meta spec and you feel like you want to play in a meta comp, you know, if you're playing Prot Paladin right now and you queue up and you get put in a group with like a Preservation Evoker and a fucking Feral Druid and a Marks Hunter and a Fire Mage, you're probably going to go, man, what in the fuck is this comp? Like, what the, you know, you're probably going to be like, what the fuck? Like, fuck this sucks. Get me out of here, dude. This comp is dog shit. And you're probably not wrong. And that's what solo queue is going to get you, is you're going to get all these specs that normally don't show up in the keys because nobody will ever invite them, but they want to play the game too, so they're going to queue up. They will have like zero incentive to re-roll meta because now that there's a solo queue, they know that they can get into a key all the time. So unlike the present system where they are oftentimes forced, if they want to continue to climb the ladder, you at some point will be forced to re-roll meta or find some really good friends that are willing to put up with you playing an off meta spec. But in solo queue, you just keep queuing. And if you brick all your keys, whatever, man. At least I got to do keys. And so there will be like an acclimation period if there's a solo queue system where people have to get accustomed to doing higher keys with all kinds of shit for specs. Like shit you've never played with, never would play with in a high key. And you just got to be prepared to like have anything show up in your group and deal with it. And so that's, I assume, been a barrier to solo queue, is like, how badly do people actually want solo queue? Because it could end up being a pretty controversial system for Blizzard. They could get a lot of complaints. But I think we're at the point now where I don't give a shit. I would rather have the option to do a solo queue, warts and all, where I know that I might be queuing into a disaster fucking comp. It might go terribly. Could be the worst key of my life, but it beats running around in Dornogal. I'd rather do anything at this point. And if it has its own ladder, if there's a solo queue ladder, then at the very least, you know you're competing against other people that have the same... I mean, maybe they get lucky and they get put in a meta comp every once in a while, but it's not like every one of their keys are going to get to play with a meta comp. So you know that maybe your luck with comp was a little better, a little worse than somebody else, but, you know, both of you had to put up with random shit. And, you know, you do enough keys, that starts to balance out. And at the end of the day, if it's just about like that's the thing, is at that point I don't necessarily care so much about my score for the sake of score. Like if I'm doing solo queue, it's not necessarily that I'm like, yo, I'm trying to get to, you know, 3.4K. It's more so that I just care about improving whatever like my MMR is, whatever the hell they're using to determine these groups, so I can keep going up in key level, so I can keep getting queued into higher and higher keys. But mostly I just want to do keys that seem like they matter. And it'd be fun to have a system that you can like keep trying to improve in. Playing whatever spec you want. Like that would be the real... If you play a meta spec right now, solo queue is probably a little less enticing because you might just be willing to like take your chance in LFG. I'd be like, yeah, I'll just sit here and wait. That's fine. But if you're playing Resto Druid, if you're playing Mistweaver, if you're playing Preservation Evoker, maybe you're like, yeah, dude, I don't give a fuck what comp you put me in. Just cue me into something, man. I don't care. It does not matter to me. I just want to do keys, and I will never get invited to any of this shit. So throw me in with whoever. Only sane content creator covering this game? Well, Mythic Plus players are the special breed.
Empowered.
Dude, we get our new 77-inch OLED tomorrow. I'm fucking excited. I'm trying not to get too excited about it because at the end of the day, it's a TV. I've owned a TV before, you know. It's not like I'm suddenly gonna smell the television. It's not like it's not like what I'm watching is gonna reach out and fucking touch me. So I'm trying not to get like, I'm trying not to set my expectations too high. But this will be for a number of reasons. What did we get? C3? No, I ended up getting the S90D Samsung. We'll see if I regret that. I feel like the biggest difference is the Dolby Vision, and I just don't know. We have Dolby Vision on the television I own now, and I guess I don't feel like I care about having it. Maybe I would if I didn't have it. I don't know. But that to me was the biggest selling point of the C3 was... I feel like the Logitech, the LG stuff, fucking too many companies with LG. I feel like that stuff's better for like if you are a home theater buff. If you care about like Dolby Vision, if you care about Dolby Atmos, that kind of stuff. If you're looking to make your television a theater experience, I feel like the LG stuff made a lot more sense. But for me, where a lot of what we're going to be watching is going to be TV shows or gaming on it, I just felt like the selling points of the LG made less sense, and that I think the Samsung had an objectively better display. Like it was measurably better, and so I figure we'll jump with the Samsung and see how it feels. But yeah, not only is it going to be an OLED TV, which will be a first for me. Obviously, I have the OLED monitor, but that's quite a bit smaller. So it'll be an OLED TV. It's going to be 77-inch, which is... I like measured that on my wall, to make sure that we had kind of room for that. And when I actually pulled out my tape measure and stretched out 77 inches and then looked at that, I was like, Jesus Christ, that's going to be a lot of TV. Like, that will just be sort of immersive in a sense that if you sit close enough to it, and I intend to do that, sit close enough to it, it's just going to, like, fill up your whole fucking field of vision. It's just going to... your eyesight is just going to be TV in all of it. It's just going to be filled with TV. And the fact that because it's downstairs, I can make it more of my own area. up till now, the TV, our nice TV has been in the living room, which is, you know, the living room. Like, people are using it for other stuff. There's other considerations for for what to do with the room beyond just make it nice for watching television. But with the TV going downstairs, I can now do whatever the hell I want with it. Like, there's really nothing else to concern yourself with down here beyond just how do I get the best TV viewing experience. I can black out we do have windows in the basement, but if I feel the need to, I can, you know, put something in front of them and make it like a blackout kind of environment down here. I can set up speakers down here. I can't, you know, crank them all the way up or whatever, but I could set speakers kind of where I want them. I can sit as close to the TV as I want. And so, like, not only is the TV going to get, like, not only will there be a noticeable improvement in the TV, but then also in the viewing environment that it will be in. So I'm I'm excited because it'll be, I think, kind of my first time in my life where I have like a TV room that can just be all about the experience of watching a television or gaming on it. That's the other thing. Gaming on a 77-inch TV will be that'll be something else too. That's genuinely, I think, at the point where if you played like 4-person split screen on a 77-inch TV, if every person sat close enough to it, you could probably, like me on this monitor right now, if you put 4 of these monitors together, I don't think that would even be a 77-inch TV. You could have like your own, if you did 4-player split screen, you could all have your own like little monitor, basically. Do I have fancy speakers? No, we bought a soundbar. The fuck was it? We bought a soundbar to use with our last TV. That part of the reason I bought it, part of the reason it was recommended is because it came with not only the soundbar itself, but 2 satellite speakers on stands. They're supposed to be like the rear speakers, and then a subwoofer. And I'm blanking on what it was a M and then a bunch of numbers, I think. I don't even remember what brand it was now that I say that. But I never ended up being able to get full value out of it because Shauna despised the rear satellite speakers. Trying to set those up in the living room, you know, they required you to run a cable. And we could kind of hide it under rugs and under the couch and stuff, but like it just bugged her having the speaker stands kind of in the room. And so anytime company was coming over or anything was happening in the living room, she would always want to move them out of the way, and it was like, ugh. So we ended up just eventually saying, fuck this, and putting those away. But now that I can have a TV room, we can put the fucking speakers wherever we want. Have a little subwoofer with it. What game am I looking forward to play on the TV? I don't know, actually. I need to figure one out to be like the first game that I sit down and play on it. And the other thing I need to figure out, and some of what may determine what game I play on it, is I will have my PC will be in the same room as the TV now. So I think I have ordered a multi-gig switch from Amazon that I'm waiting to get here, and I'm 50-foot cat cable. And so I think we're going to put a switch down here, and I need to set up a new access node, wireless. But I also think I'm going to plug the TV into the switch, so it'll be wired. And with it being wired, then I think I could probably stream games from my PC to my to my TV at like 4K 120 or whatever. So then I need to decide if that's worth it, if it actually like looks good, if there's any latency issues with that. And if so, then I could basically just use that shit as well. And worst comes to worst, I can buy a long ass HDMI cable and play 4K 120 on the TV. Just hook it into my graphics card. But so I'll have to decide if I want to try streaming stuff from my PC to the TV, or whether I just want to try to play stuff from. We have a PS5 laying around here. Whether I just want to buy like a PS5 and play something on that. All right, looks like we got the group together. Yo. I don't know. That's a friends and family run. They have. I have yet to attend that one. I have not heard great things about it, and not that I think it's bad necessarily, but I think they take a few attempts on some of the bosses. So I may try to jump into a. I mean, ideally, I'd like to just find a run where I can be sure that everyone's like 625 eye level or above, so that I'm not rolling against people that have half heroic gear on. Well, I can feel pretty confident that after my performance on Disc and Raid, this will not be one of the two characters they're trying to do 8 of 8 with. All right, where are we going? Oh, fuck, time to earn some IO. All right, I still have a 10, so if we time this shit, I'm going to gain like 80 points. What are you guys doing? 4 of 8? Yep. Yeah, this week was real weird because last week we killed Queen in 4 attempts with some people. Like, I know I was in on Queen last week and I'd never pulled her before on Mythic before. We killed her in 4 pulls, and I think there were 2 or 3 people that were there for the first time. And then this week, for whatever reason, it's just like took us like half a day to do it. Yeah, I think. Problem is, we were dying to like the most like brain dead shit. Like, we wiped in phase 3 multiple times, where if you get to phase 3, it should just be like, all right, now everybody just doesn't throw up on themselves and we kill this boss. Dwarf. Um, Probably 114, I think. All right, I'll just break it. It's whatever. It's unfortunate that it came down to fucking disconnect and a full wipe on the last game, but otherwise it was entertaining.
AoE.
Wait, is it? It was from my vault. Yeah. I ended up crafting bracers
AoE.
because I think the engineering ones are basically as good as any bracers I'm going to get from. There's a few 639 ones that would be very slightly better, but these are basically BIS. Oh fuck, you're throwing me right into the 16, huh?
5, 4, 3, 2,
Empowered.
1.
Yep, that's definitely true.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Ooh, slick, cowering,
Empowered.
beastie.
Empowered.
AoE. AoE.
Oh fuck, FPS, star stuck.
AoE. AoE.
Ah, fuck.
AoE. 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 AoE.
What's this? Is that Golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
Intruders activating defense
Bait.
protocols.
Empower.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified.
Bait.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
Dispel.
Intruder identified.
AoE.
Engaging offensive protocols.
Bait.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
Dispel.
Intruder
Oh, fuck.
Bait.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified.
AoE.
Engaging offensive protocols.
Bait.
God damn it.
Guessing I
Ah,
wish you had
dude.
lasted a little longer.
Seismic protocol activated.
Yeah, I've my experience on this is healing at 10. I've never healed this above a 10 on Disc Priest. So a lot of this is just I have no idea how hard this shit's gonna hit me. And I don't know when to panic and when to think I'm fine. Yeah, I'm down to Sin 15. It is occasionally super cursed. It just all depends on what eye level everybody is. I would buy it. that's that's what I would do. I don't have a problem. I would actually almost prefer somebody just be straight up and be like, "I'll come to your run, but I'm going to sell you the loot if it drops." And I'd be like, "That's fine. I just want the loot. I'll fucking pay for it. I don't give a shit."
5, 4, 3, 2,
Empowered.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. We sleep.
Empowered.
Timorous beast.
AoE. 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 AoE.
What's this? Is that Golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
Intruders approaching. Activating defense protocols.
Bait.
Empowered.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified.
Bait.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
Dispel.
Dominant intruder identified.
AoE.
Offensive protocols.
Bait.
Could be fun. I can maybe barrier next. Maybe we barrier next and then AMZ.
Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified.
Yeah, maybe we AMZ next.
Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged.
Dispel. AoE. Bait.
Oh, this could be tricky right here.
Bait.
Okay. Probably just me, to be honest.
Empower.
AoE. Bait. Bait.
Fuck. Yeah, there was two fucking stack. They were all stacked, so I couldn't pick one.
Bait.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Three, two, one. AoE.
That's fine. I could have dwarfed it if I needed.
Empower.
Probably, yeah.
Three, two, one. AoE.
Dwarf.
Three, 3, 2, 1.
Empower.
AoE. Three, two, one.
Empower.
Shield.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah.
Shield.
Empower.
Shield. Shield.
Look for a service tunnel nearby. You should be able to take a minecart back to central processing.
trip you?
Machine speakers. In the Stone Vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated.
Empower. Empower.
Dodge. Kick. Dodge. Dodge.
Countermeasures on.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Dodge.
Oh, dude, fuck me. Ugh.
Kick. Dodge. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE.
Yeah.
Dodge. Dodge. Kick. Dodge. Dodge.
Empower.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Oh my god, I didn't press fucking fade, man.
Dodge. Dodge. Kick. Dodge.
for another minecart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
Yeah, there were 2 deaths there.
There he is. Look at him. Beyond saving. That seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
Oh yeah, I want to try out this safe spot I saw in MDI. Actually, I can't yet. Oh well, fuck it.
3, 2,
Empower.
1. Knock.
Probably not. You can't get back.
3, 2, 1. Knock. Three, 2, 1. Knock. Knock.
Empower.
Three, 2, 1. Knock. Three, 2, 1. Knock.
I'm dropping this.
Knock.
have 4 stacks of this shit. I'm gonna PS myself here probably.
3, 2, 1. Knock.
And then I natty dodge, obviously.
Three, two, one.
Yeah.
Knock.
Empower.
Dodge. Clear. Drop. Dodge. Clear. Drop. Dodge. Drop. Clear. Dodge. Drop. Dodge. Clear. Drop. Dodge.
Empowered.
Clear. Drop. Dodge. Clear. Drop. Dodge.
I may use this cloak. Well, GG's still worth 80 points. This was my first time doing it above 10. Oh no. I've practiced clenching my asshole every time the shredders get ready to leap on somebody. I mean, I felt less bad when I watched the MDI and they were getting fucking annihilated by shredders even on, like, you know, 10s and 11s in there. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could be up earlier on weekends. I kind of forgot you were able to play earlier on weekends. I could be online probably about like 13. I mean, if there was something that was like pivotal, I could be online earlier than that. 13 to be about the earliest where I'm not wanting to fucking kill myself waking up kind of thing. 6 hours from Central European. Yeah. Well, I mean, you want to do 14, I'm fine with 14. Fuck, that sounds lit. I wish we did that here. This is some Dane brain shit here. What settings do I use to show defensive active mitigation on party frames? You have to tell it to show turtle buffs. So you would go to uniframes, you go to group units, party, and then under buffs. So group units, well, I guess uniframe, group unit, party, buffs, and then under that, you would set it to show, where the fuck does it show on this? Is this a... Oh, they added, I see, they've added tabs. So you go to filters. All right, so unit, or uniframes, group unit, party, buffs, filter tab, and then you need to have this show turtle buffs. Turtle buffs are, see it, GG's. Turtle buffs are like LBY's automatic list of defensives, basically. That sounds dangerous. As many as we can. Could we maybe tighten that a little bit? That sounds like how you get stuck pulling silken cord for 3 hours. I mean, I think I can send it whenever I want. The question is whether I want to do it with the... My guild does a friends and family on the weekend, and that's like the only question really is like, do I think I would get loot from that? And I am skeptical. I don't know that there's a bunch of blasters in that, but otherwise I think I'm free to send it on whatever I want. I also need to double check that they're not planning on using it for the... I can't believe there's any universe where they're using it for the second run, but I guess I should double check. Shaman, yeah. My shaman's like more geared. That's probably my most geared healer at this point. It's yeah, basically yes. I am okay with a meta that shifts back to shaman because yeah, my shaman's like 636 with it's got Gale, it's got a mythic Gale and Changeling, which are like the two Bis trinkets for shaman. And I think the only thing it's missing is legs and a ring. Yeah, same. Big same. No. There you go. You just let the rest of your raid boost, and then you take their gold. At least the BOEs are fucking cheap this expansion. Because you can farm it so easily. Yeah. I was in there every, what was it, every 30 minutes on Heroic Week. I think it was like every 30 minutes for like, we did that for like 8 or 9 days in a row, basically the whole time you're online. It was really annoying because it was just short enough that you couldn't realistically send a key unless you were ready, unless you were like, had a group ready to go as soon as the last run ended. And you jumped in it, started the key. It was like if it took you any amount of time to find a group and start the key, you were going to be late for the next run. So you were basically just forced to like sit there for 20 minutes waiting for the timer to... Yeah, we didn't want to fuck around with getting banned.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that's been sketchy, but that one, it felt like it was just not worth it. Like it was sort of like, well, yeah, you'll probably get your BOE eventually. And but yeah, there were more than a few people in raid that were like, stop being pussies, just reset it. All right, so my priest is now higher Raider IO than my shaman, almost higher than my druid. I think it only has to time like one more key to jump over my druid, maybe two. I think my druid's maybe like 33. Maybe it's 2 keys. I think if I got 15 siege done and like a 16 Arakara, 16 Dawnbreaker should be easy. AFK a sec. Oh man, I actually want to go into time walking one of these weeks because I've read in the comments for Wowhead that the Serial Concoctory, the buff trinket, scales based on the eye level, or based on the level of the person giving the buff, not on the person receiving it. And so it's something like, or maybe it doesn't work in time walking. Maybe it's in LFG with different people. Basically, if you're like a level 80 and you put the buff on somebody who's level 40, it'll give them a buff that would be appropriate for a level 80 character, which is going to like triple their stats or something. Who's playing Boomkin? Which is in Rogue is instead of Frosty K? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're bringing Frosty K for the damage necessarily. So if you thought you could replace it with another spec that could live, to me, the value of Frosty K is it's like a person you can basically ignore in the group and just know that they're going to live everything. But yeah, there's no way that Frosty K is bringing more than, like, damage-wise for the group than, like, a Mark of the Wild or... No. Probably might become your issue soon. Time Walking Classic. I kind of want to send it Time Walking Dungeon and just see what that trinket does. I'm just trying to watch for the buff. Yeah, Black Friday. Yeah, it basically goes for the entire month of November these days. I think this is scaled to max level. Yeah, I'm increasing this guy's int by 6,000, but he's level 80, so it doesn't really matter. What I need is to queue with this guy who's level 76 and give him the buff. That's gonna like triple his fucking stats or something. No, not offensively. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm locked out with all the spiders. For that trinket's very bad for keys. All right, let's win the mount. I'm testing out this trinket and time walking. Buff trinket. Apparently it scales off the eye level of the person giving the buff, not off the person receiving it. So if you queue into this with people that are low level, it gives them a buff that's gonna like triple their stats or something. All right, well, I think we're waiting around for these guys to finish raid. I think it's still going to be like another like 20 or 30 minutes, and I don't know how much I'm going to be playing after that. And I think I may just wrap up stream here. And then tomorrow, open some vaults, hopefully get something on the priest. And then we don't actually have raid next week till Monday because our tank isn't going to be here tomorrow or Thursday, I guess. So we're just putting off raid till Monday, and then on Monday we're going to try to do Monday and Tuesday we're going to try to do 2 full 8 of 8 clears, which might be ambitious, but we'll find out. And I'll probably try to send a priest pug 4 of 8 at some point to see if I can get some loot off of the first few bosses, of which there is plenty that I could use and have not been able to get any. But yeah, so Hopefully loot day tomorrow. And so anyway, hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.